Okay, we should have volume now.
Yeah? I'm sure it was nice for everybody for you that time.
We did have volume. Oh, now we do. Yeah, I can't get it to load, dude.
That out loud?
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna go. Yeah.
Did you see one of those little USB sticks?
Yeah, no, we're the
Y897. Do you have the front runner?
should show YBT. That's okay.
No,
Okay, so go back 3 up to the top of your bar.
Okay, YBT bowlers, hands going off for practice. 15 minutes.
There you go. What are you doing, Rick? You're all good.
I hear it from everyone.
Take it off.
They said it comes in for like a couple minutes and then I wouldn't even throw your I wouldn't
have you been?
I'm pretty good, how are you?
Been okay.
Yeah. A lot? Obviously not. That's why I'm staying here.
Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome to our sixth event at Scottsdale Woodbridge. We'd like to thank Tracy and our staff. Second place, as well as the high series, goes to Morgan Pelkey. And finally, first place, Deanna Lejinsky. Mori. And we have Team Canada members Jack Raverbank and William Wilkins here today. We're doing some commentary. Well, thanks guys for coming out. 21 and 20. A is A class is 169 and up, B is 148 to 168, and C is the instructions for your score sheets.
Hi, we're live here at Woodbridge Bowl. Probably will like that. All the color coordination, so funny how they're something different for like this pattern print. Not sure which lane it was. I definitely keep making this fair. lot of good success on it, but we have 90. We got like 70. So we'll want to like they can. I'm asking somebody next week or next year. So that's what you can guys. Yeah, no, it was pretty good. I was now that I'm older, yeah, we got limited wrap. Back in the day, he said that one time he was with yeah, 100% we just yeah, that was just imagine those 2 years standing on the podium national anthem. And that was fine. Once in a while. What are your thoughts? If I was to do my math correctly, that's a 5, 6, like double. That's what I would be yeah. That's whether that's 45, 60 double, 560 double. Yeah, I was pretty, I'm gonna go with yeah, I probably either have they definitely do a lot of they also use one hand. So unfortunately, Mr. Team Canada their obligations. So we will be right back. We will have our other guests here. Ray Remain, another team hockey vet. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to be part of
Nice to hear that.
we are back here starting game 3 here at Woodbridge Bowl. I'm Zach Wilkins, and you get Ray for Bait. Welcome, Ray.
Thanks for having me.
So for any, all of our viewers, if you guys don't know Ray, he is a Team Canada member, probably 10 times, 12 times, a lot of teams. He's been on the team a lot.
It's 10 if you include the senior teams.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and what
Wow.
you do bowling, and maybe ask you.
Oh, there's not a whole lot of youth experience. I was a late bloomer. Started about 40 years ago in the juniors, just like most of us have. We didn't really have a lot of experience back then. We had the provincials and the steps, that sort of thing. That was about it. So the YBT tournaments they have now, awesome opportunities. And then just went all over the years, made my first national team in my late 20s, and been bowling at a decent level ever since, making teams here and there. And the last 3 years now being on the senior team. Kind of weird saying senior, but it's been fun.
Bowling is pretty familiar. I've been out of it for maybe 5 years, but the YBT, when I first started bowling, was what really got me into it. A lot of great people, a lot of good friends, and basically
Absolutely, yeah. You develop friendships with so many people. You're not just friends for a little bit, you're friends for life.
probably still friends.
Absolutely. It's been, I get teased a lot about the amount of friends on Facebook. It's a lot of, other parts of the world, a lot of countries, and all people I've met from bowling. Really.
Yeah, he's here, but if you want to add him on Facebook, Ray for Bait, he's on Facebook. So we do have a 30-second pattern in here. It's called Los Angeles. You were watching the guy who went 289, 279. When you sit down at the door, I know up here it's a lot tighter. I briefly went down there.
Yeah, it looks like the lane has a little more friction on the outside of the lane. Obviously, with the shorter pattern, nobody's really trying to play the center part of the lane, and some of the younger kids don't hit the ball and throw pretty straight. Obviously, they're creating a lot of push down for some of the players. I think as more of the right-handers are trying to migrate into the lane, the better players, looks like there's a lot of holes there now. And they're having trouble. Some of them are double carrying corners and getting small reaction at the back part of the lane. But the lefties have found a couple of them, and there's another one who's not sure what the call is, but he's definitely on the plus side. And they're both doing the same thing. They're basically playing 5 to the gutter, and if they bump one, using their urethane, it's reacting and recovering really well and opening up so they're getting the pocket dead flush. You got great reaction.
That's good. You've been around bowling, a little bit more coaching nowadays. Talk about a little bit about
Yeah, I come out actually here in Smithville a couple months ago, and Ty Rose, the head coach, he ran basically a level 2 clinic over the weekend. So obviously I've had different levels other than the basic level 1 sort of thing, and so it was really interesting. It's definitely a whole new little world. We always thought you don't just throw your own shot when you're competing, you're throwing everybody's shot, and it's so true. There's bowlers I've been starting to work with now at leisure, and they're great kids, and very receptive, but I find that I'm throwing every shot all the time, so there's sometimes in the back of my mind I'm thinking, oh man, that was not a good shot, what are you thinking? But sometimes they throw just an awesome shot, and it just kind of puts a smile on your face, and it's fun to watch.
same thing with customers bowl ball.
Yeah. it. I find a lot of people are generally competitive and they want to get better at it. They devote a lot of time to it, so it's always fun to help out any level of bowler. Yeah.
We have our first question on Facebook. So it's asked by Daniel Marcilla. Here's a question. Should PBA members around the world men or women be eligible to bowl for their country? Why or why not? That's a pretty good question. I'll let Ray answer that one first.
I say I've never really been asked this question before. Do I personally have a problem with it? No. It tends to be the way that most of the modern day sports are going now, especially the Olympics. You see professional hockey players, basketball players, not so much baseball. That's like the only sport really that doesn't do it. But I don't mind it. I actually like it because first off, if you want to beat somebody, who better to beat? You're beating the best in the world. So I don't see a problem. If you're competitive at what you do and you want to be the best, you got to be the best.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Your country to compete against other countries. You want the best of the best to be there. You want your country to come home with that gold medal.
Yep.
You want basically the best athletes in that individual sport to go out there and earn that medal for your country. So, it's safe to say that I would vote for our country to be a game to follow. I believe for our country.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I was in Abu Dhabi basically a year ago for the World Championships.
Yep.
Dan Wilson won the gold medal in the singles event.
I believe he beat Tom Jones with another
In the semifinals.
PBA member.
PBA member. And you look at the guys Dan beat, you know, the Tommy was on that team, Chris Barnes, can't recall off the top of my head exactly who's all there, but I mean, he beats the best in the world, and you know, that's just an awesome thing to say. You won a gold medal beating the best players in the world. So absolutely,
If you have any other questions, post them on our Facebook page at YBT Canada, or my Facebook page, or on Twitter at YBT Canada, #YBT. None others that are helpers throughout the group. He and my mom do a lot for life. So.
probably something a little more better, getting a little better than that.
Like, at home, I see them they do so much, and it always goes on. You know, they put in hours upon hours.
All behind the scenes, people don't see, but the one good thing, I think a lot of people who come out to these, especially the parents of all the kids, they see what's going on, they see the people running it, they know how much their mom has done for this, and I can't stress enough. She does a great job. It's just wonderful to see somebody with so much potential bowling.
Nature of our sport, it's what it boils down to. It's really cool about our sport is that we're the only sport in the world that competes for scholarships. We don't compete for, there are some, yeah. So, instead of the trophies and, first place, scholarships are your sport, your post-secondary. So if you want to go to school, you have money to, help with your tuition, your books. Because, I went to university and it's expensive, Yes, yeah, my bowler still attends Urbana University. Not Grand Park, So now we have college bowling in Canada. First ever. How do you feel about that?
I love it. I think it's great. Like, it's great what your mom did. With any luck, spread to some of the other colleges and universities in the area. Because obviously, the way to make it better is more competition.
100%.
So that would be awesome if it was spread around.
And I'm not sure when you were going to school, college bowling back then, and after high school,
They did, but
that's just not
we
your.
at the time, no.
Yeah.
You know, we had other things. So I know for myself, I now YT, and there's no such thing as any sort of bowling programs or anything back then. It was just something you did on the side.
You just bowled your.
I actually left youth when I was.
So was it tough to adapt from youth leagues to adult leagues, or did you really feel no change?
Learn. There's nothing better than experience a lot of the time, and you provide. And it's so hard to maintain a positive attitude sometimes. I mean, I know when I was younger, I used to have I had a terrible attitude at points. But the main thing is to learn from it. Learn from it. Understand that, you know what, you're not always going to come out and kick everyone's butt every time. It just doesn't happen. Especially this sport. So it's just, learn from it. Always learn. Take something, whether good or bad. Try to make sure you always learn something from it.
That's great advice. You know, there are many times where myself, I've been bowling, and you know that little bit of panic sets in, and then you lose your focus, and then you're not lined up, and then next thing you know you're frustrated.
Yeah, and you just don't execute, and you really got to stay within yourself. And sometimes it's just really hard in other situations. But you learn from it. You know, you learn and accept and move on. And hopefully, it makes you. What doesn't kill you makes you better.
Yeah, exactly. Wow.
Oh.
That was a nasty break. Nice.
That was
5-7
awful break.
I'm gonna say it makes it.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's he's playing the way the short pattern is. The angle helps.
It definitely looks like though that these pairs now, they are starting to break down a little bit.
Definitely seeing some more striking in these pairs.
From game 1 to now, they're definitely a little bit more hook at the gutter. I feel a lot of people are playing it the right way, so gave it a good run.
Good try.
That was pretty close.
Good try.
But you can see there's definitely more strikes being thrown down here than there were earlier.
Yeah, the key I find, just watching going back and forth down the lanes, big thing is everybody loves practicing their strikes. I find it's just a lot of practice spare shooting right now with the kids. They don't really focus on throwing spares. Or obviously, when they're getting ready and practicing, they tend to the spares out here. But,
No, me and Joe were talking about it earlier, and I refer to a lot like golf. You know, you drive for show, but you putt for dough. You know, in bowling, it's strike for show, and
throwing strikes is great when it's there. If you're bowling on a tougher shot, it's not always there, obviously.
No, and not everyone's going to throw 100 every game. You know, like, there's just no physically human way you can average 300 for a tournament. So you have to be able to pick up spares. You just, it may seem the pros, all they do is strike, but believe me, those PBA bowlers, they are really good spare shooters.
Absolutely. Well, just look at the ratios. Percent spare making all time. Single pins are probably around 98, 99, 100%.
And they're bowling like 50 games, so they're probably looking at, between 60 to 70 out of all those games, and to be 100% or even 99%, that's really good.
Yeah, that'd be like a regular league bowler who bowls league and they bowl 4 games. I'd be asking him for 10 weeks.
That's very true. And it's easy to just lose focus, and next thing you know, you're looking at a 9 dash.
Yeah, leaners They're good. That's
Probably he hasn't made any Team Canada stuff, but he does throw it really good.
good. Yeah,
You know,
good.
he's
Ball speed, lots of routes.
got a spare foreman. That's way above par right now. Hi, if you're just joining us now, you are live here at Woodbridge Bowl, otherwise known as Splitsville now. You are joined by myself, Zach Wilkins, former YBT bowler, and none other than Ray Vervaeke, has probably accomplished a lot of things in your life in bowling.
A lot. Just no gold medals though.
No gold medals.
Well,
That's shocking.
yeah, other than at the nationals, yes, but internationally, no. And unfortunately, John Chapman and I missed the boat by one pin in Vegas at the Senior Worlds last August. So it's a shot that I keep repeating in my mind, but it's you know, it
We
is
all
what it is.
have those
Yeah,
heartbreaking
yeah.
shots. Mine is from this past summer, and I needed to double.
10, actually. I have 10 medals internationally.
And where have you gone to compete?
Oh boy. I was in 1991,
Wow.
and Fidel Castro actually came down and watched the medal round, so
That's kind of
got the bowl for Fidel Castro, which is kind of cool.
I don't think many people can say that.
Yeah, not too many, no. Yeah, no, obviously all over the U.S. and Canada, especially bowling the nationals. Obviously been in various provinces, and then just some tournaments in parts of the country that I've been on to. But so yeah, I've definitely got a lot of air miles under my belt. But
I'd say that's a lot of travel.
it's been awesome. Every trip there's always stories to tell with every trip. Some you can repeat, and some you can't.
What's your favorite memory?
Oh, my favorite memory. Wow. Probably the craziest tournament we had was the World Team Cup back in '96, and we actually Calgary hosted it, and there was 16 countries there for the men and 16 for the women. And our team at the time was all local bowlers, thankfully, and so we got together probably once a week for about 2 years, because back then, when you made the national team, you were on the team for 2 years. It wasn't a one-year stint.
Oh, wow.
So Craig Woodhouse was our coach at the time, and the team was Bill Rowe, Mark Doy, Paul Giamatti, Doug Schatz, Jack Pace, and myself.
That's a strong team.
And it was an awesome team. And we just missed the medal in the tournament. We finished fourth. So in an internet, when you got the best of the best there was only 16 countries there, and we bowled great. We received received a letter from Craig Woodhouse after our tenure with the team was done, saying that we were probably the craziest team he'd ever had to deal with, because not only did we want to beat everybody up on the lanes, we wanted to beat each other up all the time too. It's one of those teams where we were so well. None of us would ever get mad at the other guy because we knew it's
There's
like,
so much trust already.
absolutely, yeah. You got national team.
I can only imagine what it was like. Yeah, I know Jack Brace a little bit better, so I'm sure, crazy stuff you guys did back then.
You'll probably hear some of those stories, but Jack's been a big help to my game. I first met Jack back in the late 80s, and when Bobby, his brother, they took over at Leisure and started running it. And so at my first summer there, I just got to meet Jack, and I said, I want to be the best player. What do I have to do? The first word out of his mouth was, go see Pa. So Jim Brace, right?
Yeah.
And Jim would run a clinic in the summer for a few weeks. And so that's what I did. I went. Jim was not subtle. If he saw you doing something, he'd let you know. And it's not quite a gentle way, but yeah, it's great. Actually, it's definitely a Brace trait, right? So it was a real learning experience for me. But I just learned a lot from him. It was basics, but it was great. It was just a real cool learning experience. And then within that year, I thrown my first pro game. I won the Canadian National. A lot of great things from that. And so obviously since then, Jack and I, we live close by, and we're just great friends. And he's been a huge influence on my game and just made me, a better player.
Do you guys still have that kind of rivalry?
Oh, absolutely.
Still going on?
Oh, all the time.
I'm not sure if he bowls the Sunday morning league or not.
He does.
But I'm sure you guys go back and forth.
He's been struggling a bit, but he's got a good young bowler on his team, Timmy Dunn.
Oh, yeah.
So the way it works on Sundays is the high average bowls the high average on each team. So Jack's not the high average, but regardless, there's always friendly competition.
Yeah.
And, all the typical kind of trash talking and stuff. So it's all in good fun, and we always have a blast with it.
No, it's always great to have that, in almost every sport. You have your great friendship, but also you guys duke it out.
Oh, for sure, yeah. We'll both say we want to kick the other guy's butt all the time. That's a given, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you're still friends. And if you had the better day, well, congrats. That's how it works.
Yeah, for sure. So with going over to other countries to bowl, I'm sure all the culture.
And when I got there, I was actually really surprised at how Western the country was and how friendly and really cool the people there was. I had a great time.
Did you get to kind of be a part of their culture?
They
dress up and
well, we didn't.
do all that.
We didn't get the opportunity to try any of the local clothing or anything like that. But one night they put on a traditional dinner for us, and it was goat. So I've never had goat before, but it was a very traditional dinner there, and it was actually really well done. Tasted great, and it was a lot of fun. Hosted by their federation, obviously, and it was outdoors, outside the Point Center.
Oh, wow.
So, but everywhere we've gone, especially with the national team, a lot of times we get served a traditional dinner.
Yeah, to talk about it, I'm sure the food that you've tried or probably looked at is
I can eat that. Yeah, it's.
Talk about that a little. How is the food elsewhere?
Generally, my first trip away, our coach at the time, Al Dickinson, he had said enjoy the moment, right? So enjoy the local cuisine, the culture, do what you can just to kind of take it all in. So I took that advice to heart, and by my end, we were in Singapore for about 2.5 weeks. We were there a long time, but it was a great trip, and the women's team did really well that tournament at the Worlds. But we got to try a lot of really, for me anyways, I enjoyed it, but I got to try a lot of really neat foods that I would never would have tried before.
Yeah.
I had shark soup for the first time.
Like shark
Actual
soup.
shark fin soup, and it was
Wow,
awesome.
that's
It
different.
tasted great. Steamed sea bass. Now I know that's probably not quite so unusual, but it was the first time I had it, and yeah, so there was all kinds of different things. And at some of the local markets, they had some really interesting foods. There was some really interesting smells that come out of some of these places, but the food for the most part was really good. Then we had Korea. Again, we got served a traditional dinner at the banquet, and I remember one of the guys on the team. He's not an experimental kind of guy. He
Just
likes
sticks to his own type
likes
of
his
food.
Western, sort of stuff. And obviously, that food's available. And he actually left the banquet across the street to pick up some KFC and then brought that back. But
That's
just
quite funny.
so stuff like that happens, and obviously it's not everyone's cup of tea. But I know personally for me, I generally will try a lot of different things. There has been some things that I've seen and gone, yeah, no, I just can't try that. But yeah, it's been it's been a good time.
I remember my first year I made the youth team. Got to the world in Thailand.
Oh, so you would have had some really interesting stuff to try over there.
Honestly, I didn't try really anything. At the banquet, they had this type of noodle, and it's a plain white noodle. So I'm like, oh, okay, this looks really good. So I'm not a big spicy
That's
spice
too bad.
guy. So like I can handle it. Like I eat my curry and stuff like that, but like in small doses.
Right.
So I'm like, oh yeah, noodles, okay. So because it was a buffet type. Put them all on, and then I eat a full bite. So like that was probably the most interesting thing I've ever tried. You know, they had their McDonald's and all that stuff.
But even that
We ate that
tastes a
lot.
little different
Yeah,
too.
like they had their menus are a little bit different. They had like they had sushi there. They had like a McRice or but which is also cool is that there were a couple times I was rooming with Brock at the time. We were just you're so tired from the jet lag.
Yeah.
You don't want to leave your room.
I actually room with Brock in Abu Dhabi.
Oh, that's cool. So me and Brock, we ordered McDonald's and they delivered out there.
Oh, cool.
So I thought that was really cool. But I don't think I've ever experienced shark soup.
Sharks, if you get a chance, I know there's a whole environmental thing and people are up in arms about the shark soup, but if there is an opportunity and you can try it, I would suggest try it. It's pretty tasty, especially if you like fish. You gotta try it.
I'm a huge sushi guy. Probably go to sushi once a week.
Oh, really? I'm not a sushi guy.
Yeah, it's we got this place up in Barrie. Yeah, all the way up in the booties. So it's called Noble Cuisine. It's pretty cool because you get to order off an iPad.
Oh.
So all the menus on the iPad, but everything is really fresh. The seaweed's nice and crispy. So I'm sure it's not your cup of tea, but John's a big sushi guy.
Yeah, not so much. Yeah, I'm not I won't get into it, but anyways, yeah.
So we're just finishing up game 3 here. Scores on 33-34. This pair's looking a little tough. I think the high game on this pair so far has been 189. I just don't think it's been broken down the right way, so it's playing really tricky.
And Brent Parkin got another bad break. A little high, but a 4-9.
Definitely, this pattern is all shot making. If you're not being able to repeat shots, then you're gonna do some nasty things.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably a good thing they're not playing on Seoul.
Yeah,
with the Nationals, that was rough. That was a rough day.
Yeah, if anyone would know that team trials, the past couple of years we've had Short out there, and it's been brutal. fair ball, throw it at the pin, get 9, and call it a day.
That's right. Yeah, I remember after the day one, I think it was minus 70.
Which honestly is
Which
not that bad.
No, and at first I thought, oh, what a way to start. And then you look at the scores, and it's like, oh.
There were 2 people plus.
Yeah, and you have to look at the scores, you go, oh, that wasn't too bad. Yeah.
I wonder, we had a guy earlier shoot 289, 279, which, for you folks, that's a 568 double. That's really high. Whether it's on a house shot, sport shot.
Any shot, that's good.
Anything that's, that means you're pretty lined up.
Absolutely.
So, we'll try and get that information to you if he shot his 800. That, I don't know if we've ever had an 800 in YBT history.
Oh, I no.
I know we've had 300s. Hardwin Ray, he shot 100 before. Darren Alexander shot one. I'm sure Jordan Clausen has shot one because,
I would suspect he has.
He's probably the next up and coming youth bowler. He's, I believe he's on the team, junior team US, or not USA, Team Canada.
Yes, he is. Yep.
So,
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of good young bowlers out there. I know for myself, watching a lot of you, like, bowling against you and some of the younger guys, it's not getting any easier. It was almost automatic to make it to the final day, but now, man, you got to work. It's tough. It's really, really tough, especially for an old guy like me.
Yeah, like what kind of changes have you seen in the game since the first time you made the team to now?
Equipment is just so key now. Back in the day, I know the first time I made the team, I showed up at the Nationals with 3 balls.
Really?
That was it, yeah.
So is it 3 urethanes?
Well, there might have been maybe a resin in 90, it was 1990, I think. There might have been a resin wallet, but it was all definitely just variation. So back in the day, you still had your pancake weight block, so that you had your 3-piece, and then the 2 pieces were the big rage back then, right? That was like, wow, this ball hooks like crazy. But nowadays, with the particle resins, just the surfaces and drillings, the equipment is so key when you're out there now. There's sometimes you can watch a guy who's bowling great, throwing a ball, and he's making it look so easy, and you're out there beating your head against the wall to try and shoot even. It's just when you get lined up, throwing the right ball, it makes it so easy. You don't have to think; you can just execute.
It's almost like putting it on autopilot.
Absolutely.
When you're in the right ball, it always feels like you have that myth room kind of everywhere. The myth room in, the myth room right. And even sometimes the speed needs a little more. It still gets to that pocket.
And the swing and the spin gets so loose, knowing that if you got a little bit of area there, it just makes it that much easier.
Yeah. Now from the balls just seem to be getting stronger, and they just seem to be adding more volume to the lane.
But it's not really. It doesn't seem to help though. The balls are so.
No, exactly.
The ball technology is so far ahead of the actual lane maintenance technology now that it's kind of unfortunate. And there's always a part of me that I know they have the plastic ball tournament stuff like that. I would love to see it like back in the day. When you covered 5 boards, that was massive.
Really?
Yeah, I know growing up, when I had a friend of mine help me and just try to turn, really like twist that ball up. And then when I got good at it, then that when all the crankers and all the terminologies, like you had the Mark Ross and those guys, and it's funny when someone calls me a cranker now, I kind of laugh because it's like, I don't hit the ball near as hard as I used to. And the equipment now helps you so much with generated power and hitting the pins. And the ability to carry now.
The covers are a lot stronger too.
Absolutely. You don't even need to really buzz on the ball anymore. If you do, you better have a high ball speed, otherwise you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, your speed to rev rate ratio need to almost be equivalent. So is it hard for you? So back then you said you only throw 3 balls to trials. Now they're coming out with boys a companies coming out with a bowling ball, like 3 different ones every month.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So it's hard for you to try to establish an arsenal and keep that arsenal to, be competitive.
Right. I know for me, I'm not in the business of bowling, but I have a regular job, just like everyone else.
Yep.
Bowling's my fun. I will buy, probably 2 to 4 balls a year maybe, and you kind of work that rotation, and and it's not just an atypical drilling. There's sometimes we're trying something different because the nationals are coming up or going to a tournament. You're going to be bowling on some sort of WTBA pattern or whatever it might be. So it's not always your atypical drilling pattern, right?
Yeah.
Something a little different. I find though that just for a one shot, you can be good, I'll say for a year to 2 years, but then you should probably refresh that, I think, at least every year to 2 years.
By
Buy
refreshing,
a ball.
do you mean buy a ball or just resurface?
Buy a ball.
Yeah.
Buy a ball. I think depending on the amount of time you bowl, is going to be the amount that you need to really resurface the ball. But I would say just for a regular bowler, if you want to stay on top of things, you probably need to buy a ball a year. That'd be my guess. Now, you're a pro shop operator. You might have a little different saying on it, but
I used to be a pro shop operator. I don't do that anymore. Before I was living at Brad Angelo's basement. So if you guys don't know who Brad Angelo is, he's a made bowlers out here. I wanted to get better, and I met Brad. And the way he teaches is unique, it's different, but being a pro shop operator, you gotta know every company, not just one. Like whether if they're on staff, they'll carry their staff product, which is awesome. But they also, got to carry a different kind of variety for the other customers.
yeah, because not every company obviously will suit everyone's game.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I know. Personally, I'm not that fussy. I used to be a few years ago, but now I find, I'm more drilling specific and kind of ball specific. So, especially with my game, I think the game's fairly versatile, so I'm not really that ball company fussy. Like some people, there are favorites you have.
Oh, but, you always have that favorite
yeah,
ball.
there's always my IQ tour will never go retired. It will stay with me as long as I live. I'll never get rid of that ball. It's kind of like back probably 10, 12 years ago. Another one was the Vapor Zone from Brunswick.
Okay, yeah.
I love my Vapor Zone. I still have it to this day. So it's one of those things. You always have a favorite that's either you hold well with or won money with or do something with it where it's just
Yeah, you just want to get it in your hands.
Yep.
Yep. Definitely have that ball. It's the Motive Panic. It's salmon color, so you definitely see it going down the lane.
It's funny. I've never thrown Motive.
Oh, really?
Not one. You got to hook me up.
Well, for all of you listening, I am a motor staffer, and I will be running 2 days coming soon. One is in Belleville, March 6th. For more information, you can either contact me or Rob Finn. London, Grand Royale. You ever been to a demo day before?
I just did.
I think they're pretty good, especially in the customer's eyes, because if you're just looking at videos online, all you see is that you just see them strike. You can't really justify what that ball does until it's in your hand.
Oh, for sure. I would suggest that if anyone's interested in trying, do a demo, the research. person releases.
Yeah, you can try up to 8, 9 bowling balls.
Absolutely, and you will get a feel, especially on a house. It's going to be a house pattern, but you're going to get a really good feel for how it rolls off your hand. You can see the shape of the ball, how the shape is. If you like the shape, a lot of times you just don't like the shape or it's doing, so it's kind of like, and you may have been thinking about buying that ball, so you just
Where they buy that ball they've been eyeing for, you know, a couple months.
demo day. The newer releases, I tried a couple, and I definitely like my custom stuff, but I threw them and I just didn't like the shape. They just didn't really suit my eye, and I didn't like how they reacted and how they looked. But then I tried a couple of roto grip balls that they had there. So definitely, if you're in the market for equipment, absolutely try a demo day. It's well worth I don't know what it's going to cost, but
It's 20 bucks.
Yeah, it's
20
well worth
bucks.
the 20 bucks.
You get your 3 hours of bowling. You know.
Yeah. Practice on top of that too.
Sure.
Practice is always.
It's definitely hard, you know, because you know some bowling centers, you know, you're not as fortunate to get out there and practice. You know, the public, you know, it's always been, or you know, sometimes, you know, bowling centers that, you know, we got Jock Prime Park on 3334. It tends to ban a university, so that's. A lot of athletes. Brock Finch is one of them.
Oh, yeah, you look at all the Wichita State, and then even the women too. We've had both Samantha, Felicia down there. Yeah.
You know, we lost a lot of good bowlers to really successful.
Of all people, we got her Carolyn.
Yeah,
Carolyn
Carolyn
from Wichita
Bronze.
State too. Yeah, world champion.
You know, so imagine if we had all of those bowlers.
Oh yeah. Well.
How awesome would that be? My fellow commentator, Ray Banks, was blind. I think he's buying dinner later.
I could probably do that.
Ray's leaving us for a second. He's got to go play the Rennies, but we'll be right back shortly. Hi, you're back. We are in our last game of qualifying here at the YBT. We are joined by Zach Wilkins and recent 50-50 winner, Ray Vervain. He was fortunate enough to have the winning number, so dinner's on him. But we do have a question from John,
Our illustrious producer.
yeah, John, our YBT executive, I guess you could say. John, what's your question?
So Ray, I know you've been around the sport a really long time. Now, coming from me, I'm not a bowler. I just started bowling this year. So I'm just kind of curious because I like to seeing the growth of the sport and what's going on now. What do you think it will take to kind of start growing the sport again to what it used to be or even past that point?
That's a good question. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into it, and a lot of it's just plain economics. If you look at the rockin' bowls, everything going on like a Friday and Saturday night in a lot of houses, there's a ton of kids that come out and enjoy it, and they do it, and that's the only thing they do for bowling. The trick, I think, from a proprietor standpoint, is how are you going to get all these people who come in maybe once a week, once every 2 or 3 weeks, and they do it regularly because you see a lot of the same people for the rockin' bowls all the time. The trick is how can you convert those people into a regular league player through the season. The kids, it's obviously a little different because I find nowadays most kids have parents that bowl, so that's the main influence to get them into bowling. But the trick is to sustain it and try to grow membership at an adult level. You gotta find a way to get the people off the street that come in every once in a while and get them to put their money down to bowl once a week, commit to that 30-week league or whatever. So that's why I think you're seeing a lot of places now in the U.S. and maybe Canada too, are doing like split seasons. They'll do like one 15-week schedule for the first half, and then completely start over for the second half of the season, then do another 15-week schedule. So I think, again, like I said, it's economics and committing the time to do that once a week, all the time. It's hard because people are so busy nowadays and what's going on in society is go, and everyone's got jobs, or hopefully you'd like to think they all do, but it's difficult. It really is difficult. I'm fortunate. I'm a single guy, no kids, so I can afford the time to bowl and even practice now more than I could before.
And bowling's quite like what a lot of people don't know is you think of bowling, you just have a bowling ball, your shoes, so it's not that expensive. But bowling's probably just up there with a lot of sports.
It's probably one of the cheaper sports to join. I mean, if someone's just joining a league, the first thing I would say is buy yourself a pair of shoes, because you're going to save yourself that $2.50, $5, whatever it is for the rental shoes every week, and they will pay themselves off in a season. And you're going to get use out of them for probably 5 to 10 years, I would suggest. So,
Sweet.
John, that was head over. And feel free to ask us anything. We got about half a game left here. And then we're see who made cut. And then we'll get into our stream for our match play.
That's gonna. I know there's different. Yeah. How many do they take for each division?
I believe they take 12 each division.
12 each division. What's the low?
The low average for A today, I want to say, is 178, maybe 180.
Okay. Wow. And they take 12. See, that's the problem. I'm so used to the adult tournaments and stuff. I would guess a little higher, especially on a short, because most of the guys and girls know how to play on it.
Yeah.
But it's probably going to be negative. Just not sure how much. I'll take a stab in the dark, and I'll say minus 50.
That's a reasonable guess. You know, the scoring paces seemed after the first two games with about 170, 180. So it seems like it's gone up the last game in a bit. You know, there's more strikes being thrown. All right, we have another question. Daniel Marcillo. Would it be fair for single participants that compete in the men's or women's World Bowling Championships be allowed to team up with other participants from different countries that doesn't have doubles, trios, or a five-man team?
That's an interesting question.
That is, because you see
see
that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. There's countries that either A, can't afford to send 6 players or don't have they do give everybody the opportunity to bowl all 24 games for their all events. So obviously that part, doesn't hurt. Standpoint. Because you'd like to give everybody an opportunity, but
especially to win a medal for their country.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whether you're bowling as a different countries altogether, like if there's say there's 2 Puerto Rico and 1 Singapore,
right.
if all 3 of those bowlers still bowl quality scores and win a medal, I feel like that's perfect for them, because then they've still won a medal for their country, even though they're 2 separate countries.
It's one of those. Yeah, it's one of those sort of weird and wonderful circumstances.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said, I would not say no, but I'm sort of a traditionalist too, so
like there's this one girl that bowls the Women World Championship. She's from Latvia, but they don't send a full team from Latvia, but she's probably one of the best women bowlers. I'm not sure if you know her. Deanna Zavazol.
She bowls compete in the World Cup.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
They're the prime example right there. She's probably one of the top bowlers in the world, the female, but their country she'll never be able to win a team, trios, or doubles, because they only send one person.
I would be against trying it for like a couple of worlds or something, whatever, just to see what happens. A real chance of making a stacked team there, though. That's the
yeah.
Thing, yeah. But when you say a stacked team, is there a team that's any more stacked than like the U.S. or Sweden or something like that?
Yeah,
because their
sure.
teams are always solid with the players, right?
Yeah, me and Joe went into that earlier, I believe. We'll get your input on this. Would you allow PBA members to compete in World Championships events for your country? Would you allow them to be on the team?
Absolutely. Yeah, I fully agree with that. That's something we talked briefly about before. I think if you want to be the best, you got to be the best.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have no issue with going against PBA guys. Even at the Senior Worlds this year, the U.S. team was all ex-PBA or senior PBA players.
Yeah, who was on that team? Bob Learn.
Bob Learn was there, but he had hurt himself actually in the, I think, in the singles event right off the bat. He'd hurt his wrist, but he'd undergone some sort of operation earlier in the year, but then something happened there, and he just wasn't competitive the whole tournament. But Ron Barbold, and he's an amazing player. And Johnny Petraglia.
Oh, he's a Hall of Famer.
And fortunately, I'm forgetting the fourth bowler, but he's another senior PBA guy. He didn't do a lot on the regular tour, but he's come into his own on the senior PBA, and they offer the men and the women's. They won the team bowl there, so.
Yeah, I've got to bowl with Tish Johnson.
Oh, Tish,
yeah. The last 2 years I've gone to Cave. She's been there, and you know, just being able to watch her bowl. You know,
very good player.
Yeah, she doesn't like to lose.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely.
No matter what type of quality bowler she's bowling against, she'll give it 110% because she's not like losing.
For sure. I'm not always the best loser. There's some moments where when you're done a match, it's like, you know what? Don't talk to me for about 10 minutes. Give me a little moment alone so I can.
100%. So there's so much more defeat in our sport than there is victory. You know, it's all individual. It's almost like golf.
The numbers don't matter.
Yeah. We're going to get Riley in here, the guy who shot 289 to 279 his first 2 games. I'd like to thank Raver Banks for joining us. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, no problem. It's my pleasure. It's been a blast. I enjoy doing this.
All right, we'll see you guys in a bit. Just going to go find Dorito. He went 289, 279 his first 2 games. Now, as a bowler, whether that's on house or sport, that's a 568 double. That's really good. Now, tell me, what was going through your mind those first 2 games?
I just kind of wanted to make some good shots, stay calm, and not really worry about my score and just keep focused.
That's really good. You like to stay in the moment, not get too ahead of yourself. Now, have you ever had a double that high before?
No, not
No.
that high. Pretty close.
Well, that's pretty good shooting. Like, kind of speechless. I've only seen so many. I've seen a double that high before, but to do it in a YBT, in a tournament atmosphere on a condition where the scores are really low, that's really impressive. What ball were you throwing?
I was throwing my Storm Natural.
Storm Natural. So we are on a 36-foot pattern, so that is a urethane ball. Now, tell me a little bit more about yourself and where you're from.
Well, I'm from Tecumseh, Ontario. I bowl at Super Bowl Lanes twice a week. Carry an average about 202. I just love the sport. The atmosphere is amazing.
That's awesome. Now, what's your highest game and highest series?
My highest game is a 300 non-sanctioned,
Okay.
and I have an 802 sanction.
That's awesome. That's really good. Well, thank you for taking to be here. Just want to let the viewers know this game, and he's probably your top qualifier in match play. So look for us during match play, and hopefully you'll see you guys here and take home the title. Thanks, Riley.
Yeah, no problem.
Get out of here, guys. I really don't. That's okay. It takes time. What takes time? Roll and it takes time. What? Did he? Yeah, I did yesterday. Or Omar. It's a bunch of sandbags. I rolled a guy in 50 meters. 230 scratching after he shot 227. What? Like, welcome to the board of handicapped tournaments. He lost the first round to the guy I lost to. That's the guy who shot 227. Well, the hard one went right and couldn't net. So he's already down 8. So we're just in our last couple frames here. We'll be back to stream the play. We just got to tally up the scores, see who's made a cut. And yeah, man. Closer to Steffi ball speed. Like, how do you even deal with that? It's just getting your knee. Yeah. Yeah, but I have to match up my back and stuff with my. Exactly. It takes time. It takes a lot of practice. If I didn't try forcing myself to throw it hard, the ball would just end up on the left corner. Yeah. That's okay. It'll take time. Why are you laughing? What? Are you laughing at the fact that got 3 count and then got 2 beats? Pardon? Except for the last one. Yeah. Well, I saw the 7. There's 2 pins right there. Well, actually, that's more than 2 pins. That's on a strike. Yeah, that's on a strike. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well.
You can tell me first, and then we'll either agree or disagree.
Okay, boys. We'll get your names on your score. Your match play instructions are taped to the console. Please take a look at those. As soon as you finish the first game, please start the match, the second match immediately, and then just bring all three score sheets to me at the same time when you finish the second game. Okay, your names are on your score.
Hi. Hi, welcome back. We are here for match play round. In front of us we have our B division, so we didn't get to see a lot of these bowlers early on because they were down at the low end. But how this format works, we have 3 bowlers per pair, and the bowler gets eliminated.
Yeah, first game, no bowl.
So it'll be good to see. You know, these lanes in front of us have been free all day, so it'll be, you know, pretty good to see how they attack these ones and if they make any moves.
So far in practice, we've seen a lot of extra hook from these players. So
Joined by Zach Wilkins, and we kept Ray in the booth. He did such a wonderful job. Game 3 and 4, we decided to keep him in.
well, winning the 50-50, it's like getting a salary today. So
It's paid for itself.
yeah.
For a while since I've been seen a YBT after match play. You changed the format up a little bit. I remember when I was bowling, it was just strictly head-to-head match play until you had a winner. But this is a pretty cool format too because you don't have to worry about just one person, but now you have the other 2 bowlers. You know, so
It kind of takes a little bit of the heat off from bowling head-to-head. I always found bowling head-to-head that obviously your focus was obviously on what you were doing, but you had to pay attention to what your opponent was doing as well.
Well, I think this also eliminates, you know, sometimes head-to-head, you'll bowl a really good game, but your opponent bowls someone, you know,
So yeah, you're on a good pair, and unfortunately, being with a good game.
You know, this way, if you happen to bowl a good game and one of the other opponents bowls a good game, you know, you're still alive. Well, it's pretty cool to, we have a 2-hander here, 31. No, back then there was none of that. But
No 2-handers. You had the odd thumb player, I think Mark Miller, back in the day, like in the 80s. He was on tour,
but now everyone's bowling.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, I asked Joe the same question. What are your thoughts about it?
I'm definitely a traditionalist. I don't want to say it's an illegal throw, but obviously the USBC and the WCBA don't agree with me. But I guess in the end, you know, it's where you get the ball down the lane, and short of getting 2 balls sticking a piece of wood between the 2 of them and throwing them down the gutter, it's you know, you still gotta hit your target and hit the pocket in the right way. So
100%. Now, if a bowler came to you, asked for some help, but they were completely 100% new bowling, would you start them off one-handed or would you start them off two-handed?
I probably just start them off one-handed because the basics for both games are the same. It's it's just the fact you're throwing with one hand. So I think just to get a good start on the game and get the basics, one-handed is probably the way to go. And I still think for spares, because a lot of two-handers still throw, some of them throw one hand.
One hand, yeah.
For
Oscar,
spares.
he threw the like 50 miles an hour down the
It's
lane.
insane how fast he throws.
He's also a very strong individual. Like, I see on our live stream here, you have one of your students you've been working with. What kind of things have you been working with?
Well, we just obviously just starting to get into the coaching aspect of it. There's been some fundamentals, but mainly spares, just working on spares. These guys can all throw, especially on a house shot. They can all throw a fair amount of strikes. It's not that difficult. The trick is always to make spares. I'm a real big proponent of having clean games and making your spares, and even some of the unmakeables, send them a shot and try to stay clean.
Anything's makeable. It's just the percentages are just a lot lower.
Well, there are some days where it's a little frustrating, and you're watching, and it's like, especially single pins. Yeah, you're gonna miss one here and there, but there is no excuse to missing a single pin.
No, in all reality, you basically have 10 boards to miss a single pin. You have the circumference of the bowling ball, and then you have each side of the pin. So in all reality, that's pretty close to 10 boards.
A lot of room.
Wow, did I really miss a single pin by that much?
Yeah. I know. I get more frustrated. Something like a Greek church and not scoring it.
Yeah, because your odds to making the Greek church are definitely not as high as leaving something right in the middle of the lane.
A good example here on 33-4 is Dylan. He's come out of the gate, a couple of good shots, left single pins, and then missed both. Oh, sorry, missed one. And then missed another easy spare at 2-8. So
yeah, the pin was still standing, so it's right in the middle of the lane.
Almost whoever can make their spares this game.
See if he can make the 3 in a row here.
There's that push in the inside.
It looks like what you've been. It looks like you've thrown it a lot better. It looks like his confidence is a little higher too.
Yeah, he's a lot smoother through on his downswing and follow through. He used to really try to rip the cover off the ball, and it's like you don't need to help it that much.
A lot of the youth bowlers, they just there's another
spare. Yep.
But a lot of the youth bowlers, they just like to see the ball go right and watch it hook and scream left.
How many boards can I cover?
Yeah. But a lot of the bowling today, on flatter stuff is all about controlling the front to back instead of the left to right.
It's definitely one of the big things we've talked about on Team Canada and some of the training camps is the response time to the ball at the back of the lane.
Oh, for sure.
And getting that correct response time on the specific condition. Once you can do that, it just makes the game so much easier.
The one he looked like feet were a little quick, just got a little bit fast.
It's a typical young guy kind of mistake, right?
Yeah.
Get those happy feet going, and you want to throw a little. You're all pumped up, and want to throw a little harder.
Now you've been to a lot of, I guess, team camps. Tell me, what's the best thing about those camps? The atmosphere.
Well, the atmosphere is one of them. Definitely, it's learning about your teammates. obviously when you go into these things, you don't know, you don't always even know or have our acquaintances with some of the guys on the team. So things can be a little uncomfortable and you're not really sure, but these give you the opportunity to get to know your teammates a lot better. You're working together, and that's part of being a really good team is the ability to communicate and discuss what's happening out on the lanes with each other. Everyone sort of has their own kind of language they're talking about on the lane, and what one person is saying may mean something different to somebody else. So really learn how to communicate with each other.
Yeah, some people are faster than others picking it up,
Yep,
you know.
absolutely.
That looks better. It seems like he's just he's staying out of trouble. He's leaving, you know, makeable spares, and he's just picking them up. So.
And a lot of time that's key. That's all you need to do on, especially on the more difficult shots.
Oh, for sure.
You don't need to throw a six-bagger.
No, it looks like Adam here and Rebecca. It's gonna be neck and neck to see who will advance. Whoa, that was a really bad break there. The 4-pin actually.
3 years ago, bowling doubles in the World Senior Worlds in Vegas with Jack Price, and we were behind a mark, and we both had strikes up in the ninth, so we felt good going into the 10th. And we both left these just absolutely ridiculously wrapped 10 pins for both of us to double. So, and it cost us advancing to the gold medal match, but there's always a spot here and there where you can always look at one shot and go, oh man, you know, I wish I had. I don't really look at the bad shots because it's just your own making, but when you throw it good and you feel frustrating, but sometimes you get good breaks too, so you're not always on the bad side of things.
It's a funny thing about our sport. You can do everything right. You can't control the outcome.
Yeah, for sure.
It just looks like if Dylan here can pick up the spare here, he's going to advance.
Oh, that might add a little heat.
Yeah, because if Rebecca here throws the next one, she's in the 130s and she could advance.
Oh, that's not good.
And there's the heat of the emotion right there, you know, a spare to advance, and you know, whether it was nerves or emotion.
But it just kind of shows the point of how important spares are. How many makeable spares were missed?
Oh, exactly.
On Dylan's game alone, looks like there's 4 there.
That looks pretty close.
Shot. Oh, no.
It's a bad break. So it looks like Dylan Scott and Daniel Tabano are going to be advancing into the next round. Next eliminator. Dan threw a pretty decent game here. You know, he didn't really run into trouble. Threw a couple errant shots,
but yeah, nice clean game for the most part.
But overall, it was a pretty solid game.
Yeah.
You know, he made his spares, and that's what, you know, helped him get to where he was at. Hi, if you're just joining us now, we just finished our first round of eliminator in our match play at the YBT. You're joined by Zach Wilkins and Ray Vervink. Stay tuned and we'll get you the coverage for our next eliminators. Start first if you want to. Whoever with higher seed, or if you want to go last, you would start first.
All right, we are back. I think you see they hopped right into it. Now it's head to head. Now it's do or die.
Yeah. This is always fun bowling like this.
I especially loved it, especially when it goes down to the 10th frame. You know, when you want to make that shot to win. You know.
Yeah. You want the ball in your hand.
To win, but like you want to win in a sweet fashion. Oh, that's
nice spare.
Great spare by Daniel Tabano. It's a left-handed version of the 2-4-8-10.
Yeah, great shot. Oh, score though.
Did he bowl on the wrong lane? I think.
Good. Oh, it looks.
Show out of it.
Yeah, nice.
Made a pretty sweet split. Did you guys have this bowling youth at all?
No, but the only thing we had was like the 4 steps, and that wasn't obviously that was a series of tournaments, but it wasn't a monthly tournament like this one is. It would always have been nice to have that, but this is pretty cool. Having the YBTs every month, it's great. Obviously we start having the players tours that we have on a monthly basis. So, but it's obviously geared for the kids. So, and anytime they can, make some money for their scholarships and stuff like that, that's always a bonus.
Now, which is really cool about the players tour is that all of these youth bowlers can go bowl them
They're
too.
eligible as well. Yes, yeah, for sure. And no doubt, some of these kids, they can compete.
Oh, 100%,
yeah.
if not win.
Yeah, yep.
You know, like, these kids nowadays, they have no fear.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, they just go up there, do their thing, and they just want to beat anyone.
Yep.
And you see that on the, all over the world, and on the BA tour, all the young guns, Eagle, Johnson, even our own Francois.
Yeah, absolutely.
He made a run for the Master Show this past year and fell a little bit short, but fear of bowling against anyone.
Yeah, and it's nice to see more international players coming into the PBA event because it's making it truly like when they talk about a world championship.
Yeah.
It's truly the best players in the world, not just the States or North America, but it's just nice to see all these guys coming out. Dom from England and all those guys.
Yeah, I think the world bowling set a record for how many countries were here.
Yep.
So we have started the new year of 2016, and at the end of the year, that'll be my goal. I just felt I did have a really good year this past year, but I feel like my game wasn't ready yet to compete with all those guys yet.
It's key though, you have to know your game, and you have to be completely honest with yourself. when you're getting ready for something as well as when you're bowling. You have to be aware. It's like, I threw that ball bad.
Yeah.
I need to
You just
throw
can't make
better.
excuses.
Exactly.
And at that level, they don't make excuses. You know, they go out there. That's their job, and they go get it done. Whether they do it poorly or execute it perfectly.
Yeah.
Well, Dan Tabano here can make it a 10-pin match if he strikes here. He's down by 10 going into the third frame. See if Dan can put up a strike here.
Oh, made a ball change.
Yeah, that ball just didn't look like it wanted to see any part of the lane at all.
Looked a little lazy with it. Didn't get a good release on that one. Didn't look too clean.
And do you think that's another struggle for the youth bowlers with all this equipment coming out, equipment?
A little bit. There's no doubt that there can be some confusion, because one thing I found with some of the youth bowlers is just is repeating their shots. There are a lot of. One thing I'm really beginning to see, just with starting this coaching with the youth now, some of them are just struggling with consistency.
Now, what kind of drills would you recommend to the better shot by Dan? What kind of drills would you recommend to help repeat better shots and be a little bit more consistently?
Get a pre-shot routine down. That's the same. So you're not really experiencing anything different. Have the same pre-shot routine. And then once you get set and up on the approach, have sort of the same pre-start to your approach. I know personally for me, I like to take a deep breath, and on the exhale, then I go.
Okay.
I think everyone kind of has their own little trigger that helps them with the timing and getting to the line with a really good consistent speed and release. So
no, that's really good. Definitely having a pre-routine, something that you can just repeat over and over again.
Think about it.
Exactly.
It's something you do automatically.
Definitely looks like Dylan's putting on the pressure now.
Looks like he's moved a little right. Get a little better reaction with that ball. Get away from the push.
It's always good to let your opponent know early on what you mean business. It's definitely nice to get out to a strong lead.
Yeah, because then it's your opponent's span starts to get a little short, knowing he's got a strike.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
It makes them think a little bit extra. And when you can put that doubt into their head,
Yeah, it's like, oh, this guy's lined up. I got a ball.
Yeah.
Well, that's inside. Oh, gets away with it.
Got a fortunate break there. And he's increased, if Daniel strikes here, to 34 pins already.
Yeah.
We're only through 4 frames.
Yeah. Definitely needs to get something going here.
I went back to that other ball.
Yeah. Oh, good break
That
out,
at
light
saw
head.
it a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a good break roll on that 3-pin. Here's Dan up in the 6th frame. Let's see if he can put a double together and maybe make Dylan a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, looked flying. Oh, did not recover.
Looks like he just fell off his shot a little bit there, and maybe he's thinking a little bit that I need to strike a little bit more now. Another good cover by Dan.
Yeah, good spare.
Okay, but doesn't help him. It just keeps him still in this game.
Yeah, we got a good match going on 31 and 2 as well.
And oddly enough, they're both two-handers.
Yeah. Oh, no, we're being invaded.
Let's see what Dylan can do here.
Oh. Another break. Breaks up to 5-7.
Yeah, it just seems when everything's going your way, you know, you just get it out of your hand and they just all fall
over. It's almost sometimes it's so hard to try and control it where it is literally out of your hands and you almost have to just say, okay, just let it happen.
Yeah, exactly. And it's tough as an opponent watching that.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, well, why isn't that going my way? And, you know, then it plays a lot with what you're trying to do out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're throwing good shots and not carrying, and then it just seems to multiply. And
oh, exactly. Fortunate enough not to leave a split there. Leave himself with another makeable sparing. With 3 frames left, he's got about a 40-pin lead.
Yep.
Oh, an unfortunate break on 31.
Brooklyn to take the lead.
That gives them we got some pretty exciting matches going on right now. Let's see if looked like after coming a little bit more light, he gave that one a little bit.
Tried to bump the drive in
earlier
and just overhooked a little bit.
I feel like this is, although he's struggling a little bit, you know, there's still lessons to be learned. You know,
he's coming away. He's not throwing an awful game. He's only missed the one spare. Oh, sorry. Not a bad game. It's just, you know, again, it's consistency. And it's not
when you know, if you're not used to that type of pressure, you know, that your thinking's not as clear.
That was a good shot. Oh, big double on 31.
This match is 31-32. It's going to come down to the 9th and 10th.
6-pin difference right now, depending on the strike here. Uh, 130, it's barely.
You've had games like that where you're just completely lost, and then maybe something in your mind just says,
Try this,
and then the next thing you know, you're lined up.
Yeah,
like
and that's the interesting thing too. Sometimes with the format, especially eliminator style, you know, you don't have to press so much as if you're bowling head to head. You know, you've got potentially space to make a mistake or even try something and get lined up. But oh, for sure, there's been numerous times where you come out of the gate and you're just, it's like you've never bowled before, and then all of a sudden, you know, I mean, you start to think about it and focus on what you need to do, and whether it be a ball change, a line change, speed, whatever it is, and then and all of a sudden, you know, you throw a game that's 100% true. So it's definitely not uncommon. It happens. I'm not going to say a lot, but it's happened often enough.
Oh, for sure. Or if, you know, you're in a tournament and, you know, there's certain pairs that just didn't break down properly, and you just
you're not sure. And you know, it's a Cracker Jack. You never know what's inside.
Oh, for sure. So it looks like Austin on 32. He needs the first hit here.
Yep. Needs a strike to and a strike and count too as well. Yep.
Looks pretty close.
Good shot. Oh, bad break. Awful break.
Well, that's all you can do in this for computers, or else.
Yeah. Pen and pencil and paper.
I think you should have known that. I'm used to having battery.
I'm
things.
usually good with math, so that's kind of bizarre. That's a big half.
Got the spare there.
Yep. Just the 4 count for the win.
Yeah, that basically if
Yep. Keep it
now
on. Keep it on the brown card.
Yeah. You just throw right, straight, and hard at the head pin. That's exactly what he did.
That's a winner.
Yep. Now in situations like that, what crosses your mind, like in that last shot when you need?
Just executing and throwing a good shot. You know, you don't have to hit the pocket dead flush, especially knowing you only need a 4 count. It's just, you know, hit your target, throw a decent shot, and you're going to get 8, 9 or strike. And it's really, in that situation, you can almost relax a little bit, but
It's still not over here. If Dan can strike out here, he shoots 203. That forces Dylan to get 9 pins.
9 to win.
So we've seen yeah, so if he fills up here in the 10, that definitely.
Going to have to throw a good first ball for sure.
That was a great shot by Dan.
That's a great shot.
Nice, calm, relaxed swing there.
And it's good too, even if he, win or lose, it's good to just realize the situation he was in and how he executed these last 3 frames and thrown 3 quality shots.
Makes him get 9. Pattern here is 4 away.
Yeah.
Many.
A little soft, washout before you blink an eye. That was a great finish by Daniel.
That was a great finish by Dan. Makes Dylan think a little bit extra. So now the ball's in Dylan's court. Let's
see what he's got.
Yeah, see what his Maple Moxie's like. Where's Randy Peterson?
A little push. Ooh. Nice kick on the 10.
Well, he still needs 2 pins, but nothing's given here at all. What do you think? Do you throw a hard and straight, or do you try and execute a strike shot?
I just think, you try to throw your strike shot. Maybe if anything, throw a hair softer, move a board right, just to get a little more hook. Get it up high on the head pin. But,
and Dylan's your winner here with the spare.
Good match.
That was a really good match. So, we had some really close matches. Dylan advanced here over Dan Tabano. We'll get back to you with I believe it's
The
quarterfinals.
quarterfinal rounds, yeah.
Quarterfinal rounds, and stay tuned.
Are you guys done commentating right now? No, I'm sure.
Relieving. Yeah, now it's just strictly head-to-head. I'd like that. There can't be another eliminator. Oh, there's like three. You can't drive. You can drive your. I know. I have a perfect game. It's a perfect world. It's a perfect world.
Okay, YBT bowlers. Step quarterfinals. First of all, if you have any equipment, the winner of that match will bowl David Giroux, and the winner of that match will bowl Jake Bowden. B division, lanes 25 and 26. Austin Cowell Deckman and Lucas Holland will bowl Dylan. In the C division, lanes 29 and 30. We have Emily Taylor Bond and Carlo Padilla. The winner of that match will bowl Katie Morrison. And the winner of that match will bowl Wyatt Scott. Bowlers, if you could go to your assigned lanes, somebody will be down to help you get your match started. They're going to get 2 practice balls on the lane. If you are waiting to bowl, you can use 21 and 22 will be turned on for practice if you are waiting to bowl your match. Thanks.
Go home to jackass it, and pretty much help you some wings and a couple of beers. There you go. Last time it was literally second time at dinner. Yeah. Who's yeah, nice to get some names. Yeah, but I would just want to.
Yeah, you guys can practice. We got Michaela.
Oh, we would say nothing's on the camera.
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah, let's get started.
What's his name?
Hold on, excuse me. Sorry, what's your name? Channel? Okay.
Yeah, I know. That's what I get to practice ball. Put that ball away. Put that ball away. Yeah, you can just right center. I'm the one commentating, so whatever. I can say whatever I want. That's okay. I don't swear.
Good commentator, bad commentator.
Yeah.
Like compliment.
Good cop, bad cop. What?
Jack's like, he would say something.
That's
Like you could say, look, let's do it. All right, I'm not going to tell you yes or no. Yeah, exactly. When I emailed them a couple days
I felt like the on. I won't be definitely on.
All right, and we are underway in our step ladder finals. We have Michaela Mitchell. So she elected to lead off, and he is bowling Timothy. Kayla's pretty talented individual. She's traveled the world already, and she's only 17, 18 years of age.
Yeah, I've been on a youth team now, I think the last 4 years now. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, and she's pretty close to making the adult team as well. Like she's thrilled.
no, there's no doubt in my mind. Shortly, if not this year, it'll be in the next couple of years. She'll definitely make the team at some point. Definitely has a real fiery personality and hates losing, and you love to see that competitors. They never give up.
Oh, 100%. You know, until the last ball thrown. I've never seen Timothy bowl at all. Have you?
No, first time again. But this is my first YBT, I think. So a lot of unknown faces and names for me.
Well, you're the lefty. They both started off with pretty quality shots.
Yep.
You know, Mikhail with the light 10, and then Timothy with just a little high thick spin. But both makeable spares.
And this is the A division, so we're probably going to see a lot more good quality shots out of these two.
Yeah, very rare in the A division. You know, the bowlers, they understand the ball motion a little bit better and understand lane play. So I feel like we could have a pretty good match here.
Could be a high-scoring game.
If you're joining us live, we are from Woodbridge Bowl, otherwise known as Splitsville. This is a semi-final match between Timothy Chow and Michaela Mitchell. You are joined by Zach Wilkins, and your 50-50 winner. Still can't, blows my mind that I have to say that, but no, he's your 50-50 winner. Turning a profit today, not even bowling.
That's nice.
That's nice,
That's
isn't
nice.
it?
It is, absolutely.
Really good
great shot
there.
Definitely seeing a lot of young lefties in the YBT today. Just it seems the ratio between lefty to righty has decreased over the past few years.
Yeah, 100%. He looks like he has a very fundamental game, and the balance was really good. And he explodes right at the bottom. Michaela Mitchell answered.
Great shot
there. I don't know who to call here. This is
lefties definitely being on the left side of the lane, less play over there, but
I think we're gonna have a 220, 230 match here.
I think so. Michaela obviously a good player and throws good quality shots. Oh, nice trip to 8.
Gets the bucket out there, and he's definitely going to take that one and run.
Yep.
Those are always good to
loosen
have
up the arm swing, especially early in the match, and the double right away, right off the get-go.
Yeah, exactly. You can
put some pressure on.
You can take advantage of that, and increase, throw a good quality shot, increase it to a triple.
It does look like the left lane's hooking just a hair less than the right lane right now.
All right, he answered with another
good
beautiful shot.
Yep. This is obviously the more traditional way of playing the short pattern.
Yeah,
this
right
is
up
where you're going to see
right
the
up the
quality
gutter.
players all up the gutter. Definitely, getting the ball out of the pattern at around 5 board on a 36-foot pattern.
Yeah, very rare will you see players play in unless they throw it, directly at the gutter like a cheetah.
Something, yeah. Or you run onto you're bowling on old surface too, like old wood. Sometimes we've had to play inside.
Like Skyway.
Skyway. We happened at Laurentian too at a nationals a few years ago, before they went to synthetic overlay.
Oh, got a good
another good break
there.
on the 6.
Let's see how Michaela Mitchell answers here. Bull Rama Royale. I believe she's one of the youngest of a 300 game. If not the youngest.
I think she has the credit, if I remember. No. Oh, female. Correct.
Female.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, she was, I think, 15 years of age when she did it. That's quite
Wow.
impressive.
Oh,
and a good
nice kick on the
mixer up
7.
there. Both players are getting their equal share of good breaks this game.
No, they're playing, they've got room, they've got area where they are. They can make a little mistake and still strike.
Yeah. So we're even after 4 frames. Michaela Mitchell up in the 5th, trying to increase her lead by 10. Great shot there.
Awesome shot.
After the fortunate break in the 2nd frame, she throws 2 good quality shots.
Yeah.
That's got to feel good.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of that.
Yeah. Probably made a nice little adjustment. Bumped the dry a little earlier.
See how Timothy ends this year.
Another
shot.
solid shot, yeah, absolutely.
None of these players are.
No one's backing them.
No, they're giving it a.
Throwing haymakers.
Yeah. See, I'm excited as a commentating these types of matches. They're exciting. They're always thrilling.
Absolutely. When they're throwing strikes, it's just makes the game more exciting. And they're throwing clutch shots. That's the best part. You're seeing both of them at potentially their best.
Yeah, we're going back and forth.
Yep.
It looks like that he pulled that.
Yeah.
Looked like he got that a little. He was a little
Got
fast.
a little more. Yep.
Nothing that won't hurt him.
Didn't hurt him.
It up, keeps him clean. So if Michaela Mitchell strikes here, she'll increase her lead to 11 pins. Which you're 6 frames in, you have an 11-pin lead. You really can't take the foot off the gas.
No, she
at all.
well, one miss and an even match again. So definitely got to keep the pressure on.
Oh, and she keeps the pressure on. The 8-pin almost didn't want to fall there.
Yeah,
that was pretty close.
That was like the X shot.
Now if she strikes here, she'll increase it to 21. Now, if you're Timothy, if she strikes here, that make you think a little bit more, knowing that you need to strike until.
It really shouldn't, because he is obviously he's lined up, and he's at double now, and he's right back in it. So he really can't do any. You don't want to do anything different in this situation. He's right there. Just got to throw quality shots like he's been doing. And,
Yeah. Cable Mitchell comes up a little bit light. It almost looks like she got that a little bit right of where she was targeting. but nonetheless, it's makeable spare.
Yeah.
And at her level, spares like that just,
It
you know, they're
should
just
be
easy.
automatic.
Yeah. I want a tough break there, leaving the 7-pin. I think to the sides now, since he's the only lefty, he's kind of creating himself his own transition.
He potentially has got a little bit of push down the lane now. So again, with 34, if I remember correctly, no, 33 was a tighter lane. So
Yeah.
could be coming. 34 could be coming to 33 a little bit. So you want to make just a little adjustment out there with speed. You don't want to, obviously, you don't want to do anything drastic. You don't want to give up that shot he's got.
He's controlling the front to back very nicely. If anything, it's just maybe a minor hand position change.
And the one thing we've seen on that pair is that big bump on the gutter. So
covers up the spare nicely. Both players are clean through 7 frames. That's pretty impressive. We're seeing them at a really high level. So we got a 10-pin match going into the 8th frame. That's only a mark.
That's it.
That's
it.
it.
One double.
No, you can't lose focus from here on out at all.
No, he still has to execute. Both players have been throwing really good quality shots too. Still come up high.
Yeah, it looks like he's seen just a small minor, maybe a little bit of hook in the front. You know, he had you then, it looks like Mastermind, Brunswick Mastermind with a little bit of surface, so that surface could be burning up already in the front part of the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And using such a weak piece, you don't really need to make that big of an adjustment.
Exactly. These are going to be 2 crucial frames here for Michaela. If she can double here, it definitely forces Timothy to throw the next 4.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like both players are starting to get a little bit of push down on that lane.
Yeah, Michaela, she viewed then what it looks like a storm pitch black, so that is urethane, so her moves aren't going to be as drastic either with a urethane ball.
No.
Comes up just nicely. I think here, you know, if she can throw a strike, that would definitely, you know, give her a little bit more confidence going into the 10th frame.
Yeah, and it'll put a little bit of pressure on Daniel, knowing too that if she sets it up, he's probably going to have to the very least double.
Oh, 100%.
And probably triple.
Oh, she comes up light again.
Yeah, gets away with it.
Good thing she's been throwing some really good shots, but I think she's more zoned in on 34, so she's going to be pretty tough to beat now.
Yeah.
Let's see what Timothy move here is. Maybe look for him to make just a small speed adjustment here.
Potentially, yeah. Definitely needs to strike. that was a
Great shot
frozen
there.
rope to the pocket.
He threw that like he wanted it
Yeah,
to strike.
absolutely. It was good to see. Very real confident stroke.
So Michaela had a max of 257, where Timothy had a max of 247 if they strike out. I think we're above par. I said 220, 230, but
Yeah,
these
it's,
opponents are just throwing it back and forth.
Very easily see 250, 240. Oh, good shot.
Great shot by Timothy there. Unfortunately, leaving the 7-pin. He picks up the spare, strikes, shoots 227. That'll force Michaela to get a mark in the first frame, in the 10th frame. Still must cover their 7.
Yeah, tricky too, not to lose focus on the spare. Even though he's in a tough position, you never know what's going to happen in the 10th for Michaela. So.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
Cover the spare nicely. Another strike here, I still think it's pretty vital. Give them 227, and that definitely forces her to mark.
Yeah, with her having the strike up, if she goes 9 for the frame,
that still
yeah,
give their 226.
25.
Yeah.
So definitely a 9 count here forces her to mark.
Did look like Timothy did make the right move on 33. Just we've all experienced those bad breaks.
Yep. Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to walk away from this thinking he bowled a bad game. He threw some really, really great shots.
He was all over the head pin.
Yep. Oh.
Gets 8, 225. So all Michaela needs a mark to advance. 9.
Nine to tie.
She goes 9 miss. It's a tie.
Yep.
She's not wasting any time.
No, you don't want to. She's lined up. She knows she just has to execute and throw a good shot.
She knew that right off her hand. That was,
great shot.
like I say, coming in clutch.
Yep. That's the thing too. When you're confident, you don't need to waste time up there. And go up there and do your pre-shot routine, and then.
And Timothy with a well-bowled game at 225. It's tough knowing that you've thrown a really good game and you've still lost.
Still lost, and it happens. You know, you're bowling a quality opponent, so you just never know sometimes.
We were watching the stepladder finals from Woodbridge Bowl, otherwise known as Splitsville. We're just finishing up here in the first stepladder match. Kayla Mitchell is your victor. She's victorious. She will now bowl David Giroux. Excited for this match. David throw the really good. Michaela throw the really good. They've both been around the YBT for numerous years now, so they both know what it takes to win. I will be back with you momentarily.
Yeah, bite your tongue, bud. We'll try.
Hi, welcome back. This is our semi-final match. We have Michaela Mitchell and David Giroux. Michaela Mitchell didn't look like her best.
But got a good break on the 10. Only a 3-pin spare now.
Now, both of these bowlers, they've been bowling YBT for numerous years. I don't think we're going to see any really nerves or jitters between these two. They're just going to get up there, do their own thing.
Probably similar to the last match we
Yeah.
saw. A lot of good shots.
I'm interested to see where David's playing. He started on this pair earlier today, so he might have a rough idea of what this pair does.
In practice, he's definitely trying inside a little more. Not so much inside, but playing it in the track area.
All right, this is David, first shot, semi-final match. He was good, throwing pins around left, right, and center there. We got some deadwood now. That looked like a good quality shot for David.
Nice, yep. Lots of action on that shot.
Hey, Gus, look at it. Look at it. Commentate on it. Don't be Mike.
All right, and we got the Deadwood third. So another short little break. David's just got a routine 7 pin, basically automatic. Oh, and that's an early mistake from David. Usually, that might have just been a little lack of concentration or just
lack
a
of
little
focus.
weight.
And, yep. Looked like he's been having some trouble with the approach as well.
I look for him to make a quality shot here to bounce right back though. Coming up a little bit light, leaving the 8 pin. Looks like his ball's just not kind of seeing the path for the right way.
It's not picking up the lane. Needs to pick it up a little earlier, so probably needs to make a little adjustment right.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to use too much lateral left.
Another, I don't know, looks more like he's having trouble with his ball.
Yeah, like maybe a tape issue.
Tape is,
I'm not really familiar with the tape issue, but it's very rare, unorthodox to see David start off with 9 open. There's Michaela Mitchell, back doing her own thing.
Yep, after a not so good first shot, but a great second shot.
And this is where the best take advantage. When your opponent gives you back-to-back open, this is where they excel.
You want to shut the door as fast.
Exactly. So I expect another good quality shot here and extend the lead.
And it just gives you that little extra confidence to throw a really good shot too, knowing that you're in control.
It's a little left. No, that wasn't her best. Almost looked like her first shot.
Yep.
A little fast, a little rush. But she's a really good spare shooter. She is definitely automatic for her.
Yeah, if you're not striking and the opponent's missing some easy spares, clean is always good.
Michaela's already off to a 22-pin lead. Only 2 frames. That's still quite a bit, but still definitely not out by any means.
Definite comfort level there, though, too. Push that one right.
It looks like he moved a little further right, but he also got the ball a little right, a little quicker.
Yep.
And that just didn't have a chance to recover at all.
He doesn't look comfortable on the approach right now.
Look for him to try and get the ball on the left side of the head pin to get the head pin and take out that 10 pin. I was not expecting
this kind of start. Not at all.
No, definitely not from David. I've had the pleasure of bowling with him a couple of times in the YBTs, and he's just as fiery as Michaela. He likes to win and he doesn't like to lose.
Is he a collegiate bowler or is he?
No, he is not a collegiate bowler. Another better shot there by David. I'm not exactly sure what he does. He's definitely been bowling for a while. I want to say he's a really good golfer. He dresses the part. It's almost like a Ricky Fowler.
Ricky, not quite as bright though.
Looks like that right lane for Michaela. That one kind of stopped a little bit further down lane, so maybe it's breaking down just a tad for her again. Well, what's good about her is she's not giving away the head pin.
No,
At all.
her shots they're not terrible shots. She's definitely not giving away the pocket. Ooh, she gave one back there, but
It's definitely not the match I was expecting.
No, it's not
you
the
know,
start.
Some open frames early, and they're just not repeating like they usually do.
They both look like they're struggling a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like both of these lanes. I'm not sure. That one looked like she threw it a little bit better.
Looked better, but at fast 8.
I don't see in a row, so I expect her to get back on.
Yeah, solid spare.
So if Dave strikes, you only have through 4 frames an 11-pin match, which after opening the first 3 frames, you would not expect to be down 11 pins after 4 frames.
That's definitely a key shot. And if it's a good solid hit, obviously he's playing he's got his line. It's just a matter of execution. Oh, big break on the 2.
Asking it for it to recover, and that looked almost just as great as the last shot, but
yeah.
fortunate enough to just touch the head pin. We got an 11-pin match. He's right back in it.
Absolutely.
He can cut the lead down to 1 here with the strike. Comes up a little bit light, leaving the 2-8.
Looks like he got a little quick with that one.
Probably really put a little bit of pressure on this
Yeah.
to throw that one good.
Yeah.
Let's see if he gets out of this a little bit cleaner.
Definitely a better second shot.
All right, we got a 13-pin match here. Michaela leads by 13 going into the 6th frame. I expect her to know the moves here and throw a really good shot.
Yeah, I look for her to make a good adjustment and throw a quality shot.
And yeah, right there. That's exactly what she did. Her speed looked a little bit faster. She looked a little bit more confident throwing that one.
Absolutely.
Another really good shot there by Michaela.
Yeah.
Increasing her lead to 23 now.
Yeah, looks like she made a little move left on that lane. Down on the hook.
She's been around. She's bowled a lot of camps. She's been around a lot of smart people. She's pretty knowledgeable for her age, I'd say.
Absolutely.
And mature.
A lot of experience already, which is incredible. Like you said, at her age, it's amazing.
David not giving her.
Nope. Good shot there.
He knows what it takes. All right, into the 8th. 23. David can cut it down to just 13 with a strike here.
Oh,
And he
great
got a really
shot.
good kick on the 10 pin there. I think David's more lined up, more comfortable where he's throwing it.
Absolutely. His last 3 of his last 4 shots have been good quality shots.
I got them to really finish strong here and put a little bit more pressure on Michaela.
Definitely like his body language, looking very positive right now.
Michaela with another nice shot. Going into the 9th. 23-pin lead for Michaela. You know, if she gets this, I think it's really good for her. That way she knows she's not shut out.
Yeah.
Ball's in her court, she can get there and put them away in the 10th. She threw that one with a lot of authority there.
Yeah, another good shot.
Well, after being down 20, he's down 23 pins. I'd say it's safe to say he definitely needs the first 3. David up in the 9th frame, working on a double. Must strike situation.
Missed inside a little bit.
Looks like he threw that one into the ground a little bit more. Saw that one actually saw the lane earlier.
Picked up faster, yep.
It looks like Michaela is going to be your winner
be
again.
in the finals.
She wants to run the step ladder. It looks like.
It definitely looks tough to beat. Well, we got another lefty. This time a 2-handed lefty. One of your brothers.
Yeah, he just happens to throw it from the other side, but nonetheless, he puts his other hand on the ball, and we accomplish a lot of speed, a lot of pin carry, and well, in others' eyes, we cheat.
Yeah.
We cheat. So I look forward to this next match. Obviously, you know who I'm going to be rooting for.
All right,
Gotta stick with my 2-handers.
Yeah.
But Kayla is looking like really hard to beat.
She's going to be tough to beat. She's definitely lined up on this pair.
And David's probably thinking to himself, why did I not start with the thing?
Yep.
But nonetheless, he didn't give up, and he stuck with her for a little bit.
And well, the trick is you put this in your notebook for future reference, and you get into a situation where you're bowling on a short pattern. And when you're getting this late in the day with some carry down and push down, it's something to put away. Like I mentioned before, you're always trying to learn something, take something with you, even though it's a loss. You save it, mark it down in your mental notebook, and bring it back for later use in a situation.
Couldn't agree more. So we will have Jacob Bowden, 2-handed lefty, versus Michaela Mitchell, both of which are on Junior Team Canada. So this should be a really exciting match. Stay tuned, and we'll get you that coverage.
We're just bowling. If the other person watching by Cuba, yeah, actually, oh yeah, I'm watching you guys. We had a couple
All right, we are underway in our final match. Jacob Bowden, top seed, elects to lead off. If you guys are just tuning in, this is the final match of YBT here in Woodbridge. We have Zach Wilkins, and yeah, I'm gonna say it again, 50-50 winner, Ray. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Action on that
Yeah.
though.
Oh, it's a great shot. There's no two ways about it. Absolutely.
The two-handed, it's hard to describe because they just create series way higher than a lot of people, which is, so when they're lined up, it's pretty tough to beat.
It's tough to beat, absolutely.
Well, when you're as lined up as Michaela,
Yeah.
it's hard to beat. She's gone 257, 227, and I expect it's no different here.
Something in the same range, probably again. Yep.
And what's cool with these two bowlers is both of them have a lot of international experience under their belt. Jacob is just coming off bowling his first ever international at T of A.
He did junior gold as well.
Yeah, junior gold, yeah. And Michaela traveling, all around the world.
Yeah.
So
A little fast on that lane.
So these two, I expect to see really good quality shots and possibly really high scores here.
Yeah, for sure.
But erase it and I'm gonna strike.
Good work, Gus.
Hi, sorry about that. We just had Michaela got 23 in her first frame, so she's trying to cheat just like Jacob already. So,
Gave her 3 pins handicap for some reason.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, but well, I'm surprised that that actually got back earlier on in the day. If that ball was that far left to the gutter or right, depending.
The ball just recovered unbelievably.
Oh, and an early open for Jake here.
It'd be interesting to ask him after if the lefty who bowled here previously, if he's seeing anything different than what he's bowled on all day with any sort of transition.
Yeah, 100%. You know, both two different styles, but they almost play the same part of the lane. Let's see if Jake here can rebound after that early open.
Looks like he missed in, but got a great break.
Yeah, that one looked, got a little antsy up there, just, you know, wanted to try and make that shot work and pulled it, but yeah, like you said, fortunate enough to not leave a big four or, you know, something that's now makeable.
Yep. Oh, a miss again.
That's too early opens from Jake.
Yeah.
That's Michaela Mitchell, for the person asking, she is using the pitch black, the Storm pitch black.
Yeah.
That's exactly what
Great
I
shot.
expected from Michaela to do after those two opens. She's going to take full advantage of these and try to shut the door in the match real early to take the victory.
Match is looking somewhat similar to the last match we had with David and his early opens.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's really cool about these two bowlers is both of them are in college. They've yet to go to the United States to bowl, and we now have the first collegiate program
in Canada. Yeah.
So look for these two to possibly attend Georgian College next year and bowl collegiately.
Be a good strong start to a rookie team.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And Michaela stays clean through 4 frames. She already had a 23-pin lead with with Jacob going up here in the fourth.
Yeah, he'll have to really have to settle down now and throw some quality shots to get himself back into the match.
Yeah, especially against Michaela. Michaela doesn't look like she's going to throw many bad shots this game. She's been all around the head pin. Doesn't look like it, if he gets it too far left, it sees it too quick, and then if he misses in, it just looks like hydroplanes a little.
Yeah.
So he either needs to be a little bit straighter with that ball and a little bit faster, or he just needs to definitely make a ball change and try to find himself in the right area.
Yeah, there's definitely, it looks like a little bit of push down on the left side now.
And there are many times us as bowlers, you know, we're stubborn like that.
Absolutely, yeah. We are our own worst enemies at some time.
You know, there are many times, you know, you just want to be in this area because you just love it so much and you don't want to be out of your comfort zone, but sometimes you got to do that. See if he makes a move here. Definitely a big shot there for Jake. That'll definitely make you feel a little bit more comfortable where he is.
Settle him down. If Kayla just stays clean and doesn't throw any strings at him, he's definitely got a chance.
Another good shot by Michaela. She's zoned in on 34. I think she's only missed once, and I feel like she has a really good blueprint of what that lane is doing.
I think that lane two being a little more open than 33. There is that. You got room out there. It looks like she may have missed a hit right with that, but when it exited the pattern, it definitely hit with a lot of power.
Oh, and a good break there for Michaela, tripping the floor, increases their lead to 33 pins. Just putting the pressure on early in all of these matches.
Yep. Yeah, Jake's definitely got to come out with a good shot here.
Yeah, he definitely made a move on that one.
Yeah,
and,
left again. Yeah, nice kick on the 10.
Looks like he's almost lined up like that quickly.
Yeah. The trick is to stay with himself and stay focused on executing on a good shot.
Back down to 23 pins. Jacob working on a double here in the fixed frame. Can close the lead to 13 pins here with a strike. Another good shot there by Jake.
Great shot.
Looks like he made the move, and now he's just going to put it on autopilot and just go from there.
The right piece.
You know what we call that? That's a handball.
Handball.
Let's see if we can get a double ham bone. That'd be pretty exciting. And that'd make for an exciting 9th and 10th finish. It's almost time for a must strike here for Jake.
Yeah, Jake almost needs to keep pace because Michaela can still miss and double and still win.
Oh. Little weak 7 there. Looks like he got a little bit fast. Saw that shim there a little bit earlier and just didn't get the break on it.
No. And that's a kick sometimes too with the urethane balls on the short pattern. You get the push down. It doesn't take much to leave up a flat 7 or a flat 10.
Needs to cover their spare to have any chance at beating Michaela.
Good start. But he's in trouble now.
Yeah, and the night we got a 34 pin match lead here. Basically, Michaela, yeah, like you said, control their own destiny.
Yeah. Yeah, those too early missed bears are going to prove costly now.
Like we said earlier in the broadcast, strike for show, spare for dough.
Yep.
A tough break, leaving a ring 7. That basically almost.
That's almost the match.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, Jake's only got a max at 205. Michaela's already pacing 220. You know, for any hope for Jake, you gotta hope Michaela goes open, and I don't see that happening. Yeah, if Michaela marks here, it's game over.
Yep. Yeah. Potential to go for 260 and a nice, be about
That'd be
a
a
750 set or so.
Yeah, that's a nice 3-game series. Just pretty familiar with those big sets.
Yeah.
Still locked in on that lane.
Great
That's,
shot. That's an
dude,
awesome
your winner
shot.
there, folks. Michaela Mitchell, your YBT winner at Woodbridge. Get the 260.
I would too. Be nice to finish out.
257,
Always-
227, and a 260.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Always
Huge.
good to finish out on a high note, especially ending with an 8-bagger. Great ball.
Wow. Well, I guess your pick came victorious.
All
My
right.
pick tried to come back, make
Yeah.
a late charge, but fortunately failed. But we would like to thank you for watching. Your winner, Michaela Mitchell. Second place, Jacob Bowden. I'm Zach Wilkins. Joining me with Ray Vervank. Thank you, Ray, for stepping in for a couple hours.
My pleasure. It's been a lot of fun.
And hopefully we'll see you at the next YBT. We've just been told that Cole Seitz has won the B division and Carla Padilla won the C division. So congrats to those bowlers. And tune in next month and watch some good scores. See you guys later.
Yeah, it is a pretty interesting setup.